How's it going, everybody? Got a lot of good suggestions in the chat today. It's cool. So let's see, who should we start with today? Maybe we could start with one that was suggested today. Yeah, I looked up a few of these already. And there were some that I didn't really, I didn't know who the characters were, but I looked them up and they seem pretty cool. Like Rammus apparently is from League of Legends, which I've only played a few times. I'm not really into it, but it's cool character design. Let's see. I'm just reading over the chat real quick. I do like Steven Universe. I would love to do more Steven Universe characters. Hey everybody. Hi Graham. A lot of the same people coming back. So let me look some of these characters up real quick. Maybe start off with an easy one as a warm-up. Yeah, we could do, maybe let's start with Eve from Wally. That was a suggestion from last time. That should be an easy one to get started, and then we can move on to something more complicated. Let me just grab a reference. Let's see. Nope, can't do that. I love green. Why am I not using the emerald theme? I like the default theme in Blender. Okay, so we're gonna start with Eve from Wally. So I'll load this image in. Actually, I'm gonna close this and restart just so there's no lingering files, because I just basically keep remaking, just using duplicates of the same file over and over again. So desktop temporary, and we can also load in WebP files now, which is pretty cool. Because that was giving me a problem before, but I believe that's a 3.2 thing. You can use WebP files now. So before I get started, I want to plug the channel a little bit, because I don't do that a lot, and these streams have been getting quite a bit of traction, so I feel like I need to, talk about the channel a little. So if you like these streams and you like what I do, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Get a little bigger. Here's some other ways that you can support me. Links for everything will be in the description. So tomorrow I have a video coming out about making frosting and whipped cream shapes with geometry nodes. So be on the lookout for that. I'm gonna start posting on TikTok and Instagram more. So give me a follow if you want to check that out. Basically what I'm going to be posting first is I'm going to be editing all of these streams down into short videos. So that's where I'm going to be posting them. I can show a preview of that if you all want, because I have one of them edited already, the whole first stream. So let me know in the chat if you want to see that really quick, because it's not public yet, but I can show it here. So if you like these streams and you don't want to miss when I go live, you can go to my Discord server. Before I go live, I ping everybody there. So that's the best place to go for notifications. If you want to download any of the models that I'm going to be modeling today or from any of my other streams, you can find those on Patreon. I share those with every tier. And you can also watch my YouTube videos early over there, sometimes more than a week before they're released. I give out coupon codes to get all of my Gumroad products for free, and I donate some of the profits to environmental causes each month. If you don't know about Gumroad, that's where I sell all of the Blender tools that I make, so you can, download. It's a bunch of digital download stuff, basically. And if you don't want to, or if you can't support me any of these other ways that I've mentioned, then and you're seeing this right now, then you're already supporting by watching, so thank you for that. Alright, that's enough advertising. Let's get on with it. Okay, so let's make a new collection for Eve. And let's start with the head. It's gonna be just a round cube. Oh, screencast keys. Gotta turn that on. So let's start with a cube, subdivide that. Eve is a pretty small character, I would assume, like compared to a human. Scale that down. So we want a wide part closer to the bottom. And not quite square. Yeah, I was covering up the screen, sorry about that. Alright. Okay, so I think that's probably fine for the head. So the body, I think we could probably start the same way. Let's move this up a little. With just a round cube, let's just duplicate this, drag it down a little, and this is a pretty simple shape, so I'm just going to reuse it. Yeah, I'm modeling Eve right now. I covered up the screen accidentally, so sorry about that. Yeah. I'm a streaming noob. You're good. Yeah, I'm just gonna drag the top face in and see if we can tighten up these edges a little. Just zoom in a little. Maybe add a loop cut. Looks okay. The bottom looks like maybe it should be a little rounder. Let's drag one of these down, maybe right here. Hey, Phoenix Rising Studios. Thanks for dropping in. Let's see. It looks like there's kind of like a scoop going on right there, so let's maybe apply this at this level right here. Shift A, or Control A rather. Now we can throw another subsurf on here. Maybe turn this up a little bit. And I should be able to just drag this down slightly. Maybe I'll use proportional editing for this. Yeah, that looks good. Bring this up, and for the arms, this is the first one, yeah, for people asking in the chat. I'm thinking about how to do these arms. I mean, they're pretty simple shapes, so I could start with just like a, you know, with like a plane maybe, and add a solidify. I think, yeah, maybe let's do it that way. Add a plane. In edit mode, I'll just scale this down quite a bit. And let's drag this down like that, so it's kind of closer to the top. Now we'll add a mirror modifier, mirror it to the body, because everything's kind of attached to the body. Did I use any other 3D software before starting Blender? Not really. I've said in like previous streams and stuff, I used Maya in college for like a very, very short period of time, like not really long enough to learn much. So and that was like 10 years ago, like many years before I started Blender, so pretty much no. So let's add a solidify and push that to 0 and a subsurf. Which one do I think is better, Maya or Blender? I mean, like I just said, I don't really know Maya that well, so I can't really confidently say, but I use Blender, so that's my preference. I think I should add a loop cut and pull this up a little like that so it's curved slightly. And let's make this side a little pointier. So there might be like an impression in the side from like where these tuck in, you know, like that. Let's see, would that be hard to do? It might be hard to do. Let's see if I can quickly just to make it look okay. Let's let's mirror this 4 ways. Body. So we can model it this way and on the Y also. That. Let's take this and see what it looks like when we inset it and pull it in slightly. And also I want to be mirroring this before the subsurf so we don't get all those weird impressions. Let me name some of these things. Body without caps on. Body, head, and arms. So yeah, that looks okay. It's not like, you know, it's not perfect. It's not bad though. Let's turn clipping on. And we'll see what this looks like when it's smooth. I'll just shade everything smooth like that. That's not bad. I think these could be down a little further to make it a little smoother. But I don't want to worry about it too much. Like that. Also, the more I move it around, the more I'm gonna kind of like mess with the shape. I think that's fine. Let's just make sure that this is lining up properly. Okay. Now, I don't know how I should do the face exactly. I'm gonna duplicate this and we'll try something out. Maybe shade that flat so I can see it a little better. I'm thinking maybe around here I'll apply it and then add another one back in to smooth it out. Okay, let's take these ones and when we inset that, how's that look? That's not bad. It's pretty close actually. Maybe though, let's mirror this. Okay, and we can pull this one in a little. This one out. Now let's see if that's a better shape. It's a little closer. What if I just duplicate it? And I can separate that by selection and maybe shrink wrap to it. So head, face, and we can add the shrink wrap that to the head like that, and we'll add a solidify so that it like sticks out. shade everything smooth. We'll take this and we'll auto smooth that. Alright, so I think this one is probably done. Let's just, I guess let's add some materials. So go to shading? No, not shading. UV editing. And let's bring this picture back in. So, all white, basically. But let's add the shiny palette. And Control L, link all the materials. So everything is going to be shiny, and we're using this over here. And everything's unwrapped because we started with a bunch of primitives. So there we go. Take this, make that black, I suppose. Oop, everything. Now for the eyes, I'm not exactly sure how I want to handle that. I'm thinking just procedurally. I think we could do that, and it shouldn't be too hard. But I'm gonna fudge it a little. I'm not gonna make it look like really pixelated. So let's go over here, zoom in on the face. Make sure we're actually looking at it here. And I'm gonna rename this or duplicate it. Right, Eve face. So we'll take. Let's see what if I grab a length node. Vector math. Yeah, I don't do a lot of node stuff. If you guys want to see more node stuff, let me know, because I usually do all of the stuff pretty fast, so I like using the palette for that. I'll change this to length, check that out, grab a math node, set that to greater than. Yeah, I shouldn't use that. I should probably use object. What's my next tutorial about? It's about geometry nodes, making like frosting and whipped cream shapes. So like when you have like piped whipped cream and stuff, or like pastries and things like that. I thought it would be an interesting thing to do. Let's flatten this. Yeah. There, cool, all right. So we have a circle right here. Let's push that to the side. We can stretch this a little too, like that. I have to move this slowly. If you want the name of the last song, it's called Muffin Shuffle. Right here, Stream Beats by Harris Heller. Assuming that's the one that you were talking about. So let's rotate this and make sure that it's actually in the right spot. This should be a little smaller, 0.03. No, let's leave it at 0.035, something like that. Rotate this. To rotate this separately. I might have to. Oy. Yeah, I should just not do this procedurally because I'm gonna be messing with this for a while. Let's make a second UV map. Actually, yeah, I've been like spending longer and longer on these characters. Let's see if I can just like mess with it over here. Let's make that a circle and change the color to maybe like that, something like that. And we'll rotate that, find the normal, like that. Rotate that probably on the Z. Like that. All right, it's janky, but I don't want to be fussing too much while streaming, basically. So we're gonna go with this. And we don't really have to even use this texture. We can make this the shiny palette because it's the same thing basically. All right, first one done. So let's parent everything to the head, I suppose. Take this, Control P, parent everything there. So now we can just grab the head and everything should follow. There we go. All right, next one. What should we do for the next one? Let's take a look. We have some more over here. We could try one that is maybe a little more complicated. Let's check out the chat. Taco Cat. What's that from? Is it just like a concept, or is it from something? It's just like a palindrome joke, right? I would like to do dry bones, and I do have that on the list somewhere, right? Right? Yeah, it's right here. Okay. Let's look up some dry bones pictures. Dry bones from Mario. Dog. I could, but I want to do like characters from, you know, from like shows and from things like that, so. I'm gonna stick with existing characters, basically. Yeah, the normals are a little messed up on this, but I'm not gonna worry too much about it, just so we can move on. Let's see. I love the Dry Bones characters, they're so cool. think this one's fine. It's a low res image. Let's open it up. We don't need that anymore. Another WebP. I will be back in just one moment. Sit tight until then. You can leave some suggestions in the chat. It'll probably be a minute or two. I'm back. No, I haven't modeled just a regular Koopa before. I'll put that on here. Add it to the bottom. Just a Koopa. I want to do more like Mario universe characters, but I don't want to do like too many in like one stream, basically. Unless I just like commit and make all of them Mario characters. So yeah, let's make this dry bones. And we can hide all of these. I think I have Mario on here already. Do I? Yeah, I already have Mario on the list. I might do that in like another stream. So let's take a look at this. So maybe let's just start with the shell. We can make like a basic shape first, and then try to like give it some more detail. So add one of these in here, and we can shrink the top and the bottom to make it like a little pointier, maybe something like that, and make it wider that way. You can add this and maybe drag this up. That. I think this shape is good without that. Whoops, without that. maybe rounder. Okay, so we have this. Now let's rename it. I'm gonna duplicate it. Should I? Yeah, I'll duplicate it just in case. And I want to apply this so we have more to work with. Let's apply it right here, I suppose. We'll add another one on top. So now this is quite a bit rounder, and we should be able to extrude one of these. I wonder how this will look if I just bevel that. That looks okay. Alt-E, extrude along normals. That looks pretty good. Let's take these two loops though, right here and there, and just sharpen those with a Shift-E, like that. Now, let's like add some of these, like, it's like the front of the shell, but it almost looks like ribs. So maybe we can just do that by deleting, can we do that? Maybe deleting some of these. I'm gonna duplicate this again so we have more detail even. So this one, I could try to make more low poly, but it would be quite a bit of work, I think. So just delete that and maybe add one of these back in. Let's also mirror this. Take that, delete these faces, and add a mirror in right there. Now let's grab like some of these and just delete the faces. And we can add a solidify to this. I do that? I don't know. Maybe I'll separate. I can split some of these edges. Edge, split. We'll just delete some of these top faces too. Yeah, okay. Let's maybe move these to a different object, separate by selection, then we can select them over here, and I'll just call that ribs. See if we can sharpen these edges up with Shift-E. Does that work? Maybe vertex crease? Yeah, that's what I want, I guess. This one I don't think needs a solidify, the shell. Yeah, I'll keep it on just so we don't get messed up normals in there. So for the back right here, let's just like select some of these shapes. of the solidify for now. We can always add it back in if we want. Let's maybe bring back, is this a lower poly one? This is more low poly, and I like that. So I'm gonna use this one instead, and I'll just delete all of these because we already, have that. Because I don't have to extrude as many now. So I'm just gonna select some faces. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's Shift E, sharpen all of these, Alt E, extrude them, and then turn the sharpness all the way down like that. Let's do a few more. I'm just gonna do the intersections also. We'll inset those a little. Shift E, Alt E. Turn those down. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. It's fine. Alright, so we have this now. Let's shade that smooth, turn on auto smooth. Looks a little better, I think. So for the arms, let's do the arms and legs. That definitely a skin modifier thing. So plain, there are so many ways I could have done this. I'm not sure if I like how this is looking. I want to add one more split right here. Oops. Let's do bevel that and delete it. A little more detail, like that. Okay, I'm making dry bones right here for people who are just popping in right now. All right, let's merge this at the center and add the mirror, the skin modifier, and subsurf. So let's make the arms and the legs. This is gonna be pretty simple. I'm just gonna bring it up right about here, and we're just going to extrude that down, and I'll split it in the middle, and then I'll separate everything. Can I split that? That didn't do what I wanted. Can I edge split right here? Does that work? Edge split. Yes, it does. But we're gonna have to add a root back right here. And or we could just model one of those bones. I think that would actually look better. So instead, yeah, let's do this a different way. Let's add a cube in, we'll subdivide that, add a mirror. It doesn't really matter where the mirror is, but I'll put it on the top just to be consistent. And we'll make this mirror the shell. Apply the scale. All right, let's make this go down. Song right now, montage. These are all string beats by Harris Heller. Let's do something like that. And we'll bevel it to the edge a little, like that. And we can scale those out. I'll inset that. That and Alt S. Like that. Actually, inset that a little first. Alt S to go up. Inset again. And then bring it down with Alt S again. That way it's a little rounder. We got one bone. So that looks a little too big. Let's scale it down maybe to about here and oops, make it a little thicker. Apply the scale. How does that look? Okay. So now we should be able to just like duplicate this around. Let's add a separate collection just for all the bones, limbs, and we'll add that in there just so it's not too messy. Even that looks like too big. I think maybe they're too long still. Do it like that. Okay. It's that little sphere. I don't see one in here exactly, but it's gonna look weird without one, I think. So. Something like that. Make sure this is mirrored also. Mirror. So use the shell, mirror that. Okay. Now we'll do the shoes in a second. Move that in a little. Okay. So we can use these same bones for the arms. So I'm just gonna duplicate that, bring it up, actually. Bring it up to maybe about here, something like that. Okay. So let's do the skull next, and let's save the hands and the feet for last maybe. So the skull is going to be a little more difficult. Gotta think about how I'm going to do that. I'll just poly model it from a box, I suppose. Drag it up here. Subdiv. Let's make sure the proportions are good. So the head's going to be very big compared to everything else. So let's just like get the basic structure going. My PC setup is in the description for people in the chat asking. I have it, it should be at the very bottom. Just take all of these and extrude that up, something like that. I want to make this rounder in the front, and I'll separate things later to make the two separate pieces. I don't know if a MacBook Air M1 is enough to run Blender. I assume it is. But it really depends on what you're doing with Blender. Like, I don't know how good that is as a processor. And also, I don't know if that has like an integrated graphics card or anything like that, because that's gonna kind of change some things. I believe you need some sort of graphics card, but if you don't have one, I assume that it's like integrated and it's probably enough. I say you just download it and try it out, it's free. I bet it is enough. Let's scale this out like that, scale it like that. We're getting there. Eventually I will apply this so I can create the crease for like the, you know, the eyes, the separate eyes. But this is pretty close so far. Let's take this and tuck that in, maybe? I think I'll do that after I apply it. I think this doesn't need to stick out nearly as far. that's looking pretty good, I think. Yeah, let's apply it maybe right here. Yeah, anybody else who has a Mac in the, in the chat might be able to help you more with that. So if anybody else has a Mac, say something. Help Harry out. So I applied that. Let's add another subdiv. So we can take this, see what this looks like when we pull it down. I'm gonna delete, oops, clicked that by accident. I'm gonna delete half, add a mirror. That way I only have to, mess with half. So I want to grab all of these and we scale that in a little on the X. Maybe drag this out a little, something like that. Yeah, you can throw some requests in the chat if you want. I don't know what I'll do for the eyes yet. I might use a Boolean. Let's grab this right here and try to make this a little tighter. Maybe I'll just grab this right here, pull it down like that. It's looking a little better, I think. Maybe pull this, make sure clipping's on, and pull this in. So I think it might be a good time to split this. Let me look up a different picture just to make sure that I'm splitting it at the right points. Okay. Seems like I can kind of just separate the top from the bottom, maybe at this point right here. Let me duplicate this just in case I mess it up. And I don't want these to be in with the limbs. I'm gonna create two separate objects. So let's take all of these, duplicate that, separate it. So this will be the jaw. Now in here, let's maybe, let's just delete these ones. And I'll add a subdiv, sorry, not a subdiv, a solidify. And what's going on here? And I'll add the same thing to the jaw. Let's hide the jaw for now. So I think this is coming down maybe just a little further than it needs to. And we can take the tip, drag that down a little bit to make that pointy. Let's see if I can actually make that pointy like that. Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna leave that off for now. Drag that forward a little bit. Let's see, add maybe right here. I can just extrude that down, scale it in. Do the same thing for right here. Scale that in. So we have 2 teeth now. I think this should be about as low as the teeth, or close to it. Yeah, sorry about the noise. There's like a plane or something flying by for some reason. Yeah, for people asking about the teeth from the character in my Sparkle video, I actually posted a lot of that on Discord because somebody else wanted to know that, and they came to my Discord server, and I posted a bunch of screenshots helping them out. So you can check that out there if you want. So I think this should bow out a little more, just a little bit right here. Let's grab this whole thing, bring it in, and I'll just take this, maybe with proportional editing, drag it out slightly. Okay, let's work on the jaw right here. Well, yeah, I can tell you some other time if you message me somewhere. If you don't have Discord or don't want to use it or whatever. Just scale this down so it's like inside, like that. That looks pretty good. Apply the scale. Let's move, I think you can move the origin up here. Move the origin back, maybe right here. Let's see how that looks when I rotate it. That's okay. Now I want maybe this one right here I can use for a tooth, so extrude that up, flatten it, whoops, I don't want proportional editing on, and we can scale that down same way. I think it should be a little smaller. Now, whoops, let's see how that looks. It's not bad. A shortcut for what? What are you asking? Oh, a shortcut for moving the origin like that? I don't think so, but I don't know. Oh, I didn't apply this right. Okay, I didn't apply the scale. Applying the scale is important. Let's do 0.5 for both of these. 0.05. Oops. Darn. But you can do that if you go over to tools right here, and you can say transform affect only the origins, and then it lets you move the origin around like that, which can be pretty handy. Let's make this pointier right here. How do I want to do this? We'll just take both of these like that. That's a little pointier now. I think the head could be even bigger proportionally. Let's scale the body down instead. You can scale all of this down to the 3D cursor, so it's in the center. Maybe like that. Apply the scale. So where are the nostrils? They're like one of these ones over here. Maybe these ones. Let's just delete that face. That looks pretty good. That's not bad. It probably doesn't need to be that big. So how do I want to do this? Slide this in. See if we can do something for the eyes. We just take these two right here, and that's when we do that. So these should be closer to the center like that, so they don't look as angry, I guess. Now, if we maybe Shift E, tighten that up, extrude that inward, that's looking pretty good. And I want this to be bigger. Make the bottom, let's add another loop right here. Ooh, that looks really broken. Okay, so let's scale that down like that. Do I need that? I might be able to just take this, move it down a little. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that messed up thing is from the solidify. So I just have to be careful. But maybe moving it out a little further. I have to move everything out if I want to do that. Let's take all of these, just move it out a little, and then we should be able to take this. Oops, not that. That face loop. Bring that out a little. Scale it slightly. Try to rotate it so it's like a little more straight up and down. I think that looks pretty good. It's not the exact shape like it should be, rounder at the bottom, but I'd probably have to add some extra loops to get it to look that way properly. And then I guess we could just maybe take this and I'll just duplicate that and use that for the eye. Scale that down. So we have the solidify, so it should look okay. I could even, let me just separate that. Should I? No, whatever. I think that's good for the head. Now let's add the auto smooth for the eyes specifically. What am I missing? The hands and the feet. The hands, let's I have some things that I reuse. In here, I have some like hands, some other things. I'm just gonna duplicate this. Oops. Duplicate that and move it to the dry bones collection. Just so I don't have to like remake them every single time. It saves me a little time. Let's delete that. We're gonna have to add or fix the root right there. And we only have 3 fingers and a thumb. Or 4 digits. So let's delete one, move these together like that. Make these thicker also. Do that with the thumb too. Now I can just move these around to kind of like change the shape of the hand slightly if I want to do that. Let's extrude this back. Actually, we might be able to make that glove shape in here. How do I want to do that? Scale both of these down. Bevel this. Oop, Control-Shift-B. Scale that up. I think what I should do is add another one in Is the music too loud? Need one more in here to make that loop look a little cleaner. I'll turn it down a little. Okay, so I think that's good for the hands. Let's add some subdivisions like that. And I'm gonna, how should I do this? Duplicate this? Is that what I want to do? Let me think. My skin character tutorial helped you. Cool, I'm glad. That's the idea. Oops, Control A. Yeah, scale it down this way. So let's create an armature right here, and then I will dissolve some of these bones. We can dissolve that bone too. Let's apply the I'll apply the skin right here. Get rid of that. Then I will come in here. I'm gonna change all of these. I think it's Control F2. Yeah, batch rename. I'm just gonna add, where is it? Change this to bones. Set name, and just as a suffix, I'll do .l because I'm gonna flip this. And then right click, symmetrize. And now we have that on the other side also. Let's take this and parent it. Wait, should I do that? Yeah. Or actually, before I symmetrize it, I just want to make sure that these are kind of more, like a little closer to the right spot. And these are mirroring to nothing right now. They should be mirroring to the shell. Let's just do it right there. So these all have the right suffix. Let's symmetrize that. Automatic weights. Make sure this is before the subdiv. Let's see if that works. Seems to be. Cool. Now let's just put this in the right spot. And because I symmetrized it and named everything properly, I should be able to just copy the pose to the other side. So when this is looking good, I'll just flip the pose. Take the middle finger, maybe bring this up a little, and we'll bring this one up higher, like that. Maybe even higher, if we're not messing things up. There we go. And is there a tongue in there? Doesn't seem to be. Let's make these shoes now. We're just gonna box model those. Everything keeps getting added to that. Let's add a cube. Yeah, I saw your black hat request. I have to look that up first because I don't know what it is. But if I remember, I'll look it up at some point. Been learning Blender in your free time for about a year. Thanks, I'm glad I can help. Let's add a mirror. Set this to mirror the shell like all the other ones. We'll use this for the shoe. I'm gonna change the snapping to increment and absolute grid so we can snap it like that. I'll change this back to face. Actually put it under. From Villainous, okay. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. I'll check it out. So, extrude that. We can also extrude this up. And let's delete the top. Face. Oop. Face. Add a solidify. Or actually, instead of doing that, I'm not going to do that. Let's just inset that and drag it down and Shift E to make it tight like that. We can change some of these shapes a little. Let's sharpen the whole bottom down here like that. Maybe not these two. Oops, what did I do? Is this too big? I think it is. No, I don't want to extrude that out. I just want to maybe bevel this. We'll pull one of them in. I'll grab the bottom too. Something like that. Drag this down a little, make it like a little sharper. Okay. I think this can go down quite a bit more, probably. Like that. Drag this. Now, this should go in quite a bit. Shift E. No, that doesn't look good. What if I grab that one too? It's a little better. But this doesn't need to be as thick. Again, let's scale that up. Okay. That might be it for this one. Let's add one more loop just so we can make this a little rounder like that. Okay. Move this into place right about there, and quite a bit bigger actually. Do I have the solidify? I don't need a solidify on here. This should be maybe in here. We can adjust these. Okay, shade this smooth, add auto smooth to that. Is this consistent, the subdiv? Yeah, let's turn it up one higher in there. I think all of these are pretty consistent. This can be smooth. Everything looks good, right? I'm not forgetting anything. I think I'm good. Let's start doing colors on this. And yeah, so we'll grab everything, add the, which one? The palette right here, link the materials, and we're gonna have to unwrap the hands. So go into edit mode, select everything, smart UV project, just a simple unwrap, nothing very clean basically. But now we can get our reference back in here. So lots of white for the bones. So let's select everything over here. Make everything, how about like a light gray? Something like, is that good? That seems okay. So let's work on the shell first. Shell will take, oops, clicking too many buttons. Control I. Let's make this, it looks just gray to me. I might be wrong. Yeah, this one. Now I want all the in-between spots to be darker, so I'll grab a bunch of those. Yeah, I gotta grab all of these ones too. Whoops. Yeah, just run it through, clicking a bunch of squares. Exciting, exciting. Squares. Okay, let's make this darker. Yeah, I feel like I should have done the shell a little differently probably. So let's make this not as dark because it looks like too high contrast, I think. That's probably fine. I think what I'm going to do is just scale the tops of all of these down a little. Individual origins. Could scale all the tops down a little like that and make them all a little darker, scale them back in, make them all a little lighter. That looks a little better. What's going on with that one though? What did I do right here? Messed something up over here. We could probably fix that by just mirroring it. I'll delete this half. Mirror. No more problem. Okay, cool. Let's change this part to be that kind of yellowy color. Maybe over here, and that color's probably the closest, I would think. I can't really, if I go darker, it's gonna look too dark. We can add a similar color to the bottom of the shoes. So maybe a little more orange, something like that. They're like gold. Now, I think the boots and the bones should be darker. Let's take this and just see how dark we should go. Is that too dark? I think that looks pretty good, actually. And the gloves can be maybe a little whiter. Now, let's do the eyes. Let's do the inside right here. We can make that not completely black, but like a little darker. Like that. Now let's grab this. Make that just straight black. Take this. Is that yellow or is that bright green? Make it yellow. It looks, even if it is green, I think this color might be too green. So I'll just make it yellow, I suppose. Okay, I think we're done with dry bones. Let's parent everything to the head right here. Except for the gloves. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, I could do the eyes in emission shader. I'm gonna skip that for now though. I might do that in a render later. Let's line this up. Give this a save. All right, so which one should I do next? Let's hide these while I look at the list and we figure out which one to do next. Gonna take a sip of water, read the chat a little bit. Okay, so we got, let's look at some of these. King of all cosmos, that's a funny one. It's good. Well, since we're between characters, let me do a quick advertisement. Just read this one more time for people who didn't hear it the first time. If you like these streams and you like what I do, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Here are some other ways you can support me. Links for everything are going to be in the description. So my next video is coming out tomorrow, and that is about making frosting and whipped cream shapes with geometry nodes. So, so be on the lookout for that. I'm going to start posting on TikTok and Instagram more often, so give me a follow if you want to check that out. Basically, what I'm going to do is take these streams and edit them down into like short videos. I'll actually, when I finish this up, I'll show you a preview of that. But that's where I'm going to be posting them, on TikTok and Instagram. If you like these streams and you don't want to miss them, you can go to my Discord server. I always ping people before I go live, so that's the best place to go for notifications. If you want to download any of these models after I'm done making them, and that goes for like all of the project files from my videos, basically. You can get those on Patreon. I share those with like every tier, but other tiers get a coupon code for my Gumroad, and you can get like all of my products for free. That's the $10 tier for that. You can also watch my YouTube videos early over there. Sometimes they're like more than a week early. And I also donate some of the profits to environmental causes each month. Also, if you don't know about Gumroad, that's like a digital download marketplace. And that's where I put all of my Blender tools that I make from my videos and stuff like that. And if you can't or don't want to support me in any of these ways, and you're seeing this right now, then you're already supporting by watching, so thank you. All right, which should we do next? Oh yeah, let me show a quick preview. Actually, it's not there. Where is it? Thanks, though. Yeah, so these are what the things I'm gonna put on TikTok and Instagram. This is what they're gonna look like. Let's just start with the SpongeBob one. They're gonna look like this. Fast-paced, you know. I'll show one more, the Shrek one. All right. Yeah, what do you guys think of that? All right, let's look at some of the suggestions that we have. So, Invader Zim, Rayman, Grunkle Stan, Bill Cipher, those are from Gravity Falls. Scott Pilgrim. We have Rigby from Regular Show. We already did Mordecai, so it would be cool to do that. We have DT from Dexter's Lab. Alien Hominid, Wallace and Gromit. I'm not going to do Wally this time because I already did Eve. King of All Cosmos. Thank you. Sans. I don't want to do two skeleton characters in the same stream. Yeah, those will be uploaded to Instagram also. That's why they're that format. I'm going to upload them on YouTube as well, but I don't know how much, if people really like shorts, so I was going to upload like the entire, like all of the characters from like a single stream, like as one video. So the first video will be like all of the characters from that stream, and it'll be like 3.5 minutes long or something like that. Let me write down Sans though, because I think that's a good idea. Yeah, let's do Invader Zim. Let me look up some pictures really quick. What's Claymore Roomba? It's just a Roomba with a Claymore on it. I feel like that's not really like a character enough. It's an appliance, so I'm not gonna do that. It's kind of silly. It's funny. Alright, I'm looking up pictures of Invader Zim right now. I'll do a Zim like yelling with the tongue out, because that's a good picture. Let's delete that image. We're gonna do Invader Zim next. No, wait, did I? Oh, I didn't add it yet. Let's go to here. Oh, I did, okay. Zim. We'll hide all of these. Okay. Let's do Invader Zim. So let's start with the body. Something like that, maybe. This might be better as like I could probably make this low poly like a lot of these pieces. It's very angular, so it might work well. So let's not add that for now. Apply the scale. I might apply it later to smooth things out, but I think it'll be good just like angular like this. Let's add a few loop cuts. How many are there? 1, 2, 3 lines. So let's scale this down with sharp. Oops. Does that work? Maybe spherical is what I want. Yeah, that looks good. Just to get a slight bend like that is gonna be good. Right? Just a little. So for the arms and the legs, let's just do I'll start with a skin modifier. So let's grab some of these to reuse, duplicate that, bring it to the Zim collection. Bring it up here, and we'll change the mirror to the body. So these gotta be way thinner. Zim has like very skinny arms like that. Now let's I think Zim, I'm not sure, but I think he has 3 fingers or 4 digits. Let's just delete that, move this to the center. We're gonna have to make the hands quite a bit smaller, so Let's scale that in. I'll check this in a second to make sure that it's like the right size with everything else. So way shorter. Probably comes down to like a little past. That's probably a decent length. So the hands are going to be much skinnier. Whoops. What's going on? Do I have individual origins? That might be good for the hands. Let's just make the fingers much pointier, like that. Okay, I think that's good for the hands. Let's, I'm gonna duplicate this. This is gonna be, whoops, not that, legs. So we will just drag that down here, and let's just delete all of that. I'm just gonna reuse this for the legs, which are pretty close to the sides like that. I'll just put those. Should I angle these? Not sure how I should do this exactly. I might rig the legs also. I think it could be pretty quick. So yeah, let's just do them like T-pose, basically. And I'm gonna have to model those a little more for like the edge of the glove and all that. So I'm not gonna get too detailed with it right now. And for now we can shut off the subdiv. I think these should just be the same object for now. So let's see. Come in here. I can make these pointier. Let's. Is this a good length? I think maybe can be a little skinnier. Have I ever modeled myself? I don't think so, honestly. Just put them in closer like that, because when they're spread out, they're gonna go to the sides a little more. So let's, I need to add points for where I want everything to, like where I want all the bones to be, the boings. I like to just bend them very slightly. It makes posing them a little easier. So let's grab all of these, subdivide twice. And then this one, I'm just gonna do one. Let's create an armature. So we have that now, but I don't want the armature modifier right there yet. Because I want to keep modeling this. But I'm going to apply the skin modifier so we can make the gloves and whatnot. So let's figure out where we want the gloves to go. Probably right about here. Let's hide all of these. I'll take this, set this to linear, and just scale it up with proportional editing, make it quite a bit smaller. Maybe Shift X, yeah. And let's hide all of these too, so we can scale this down. Shift X. Pretty small. Like that. Alt H, bring everything back in. Bring this in like that. There we go. So we have the glove now, and I think it looks okay. Would it be better maybe if I drag both of these further? Okay, let's do the same thing for the legs. So let's drag these up and snap them right there. Okay. Turn face snapping back on for later. I'm gonna delete or dissolve that one. Let's scale, I want to hide the body. Scale this in. How should I do this? Actually, for now, let's just delete or dissolve all of these because it'll make modeling quite a bit easier. Because I want it to be like linear anyway, like that. Bring this down. We could do the same thing for the leg too. Let's dissolve like most of these. I should have done this for the arms, and then I'll add them back in when I'm ready. There, so we still have the, you know, the knee. We can add this for the foot. We'll make this come up to right before the knee. Scale that up like that. We'll add another one and bring that down like that. It's pretty good. Now we can, let's just add a few loop cuts just in case we need them for rigging. Like that, and I'll add a few in here. Ooh. Actually, let's scale all of these in. Scale that up a little. That's a little better. I don't think this needs to be scaled up that much now that I'm looking at it. Okay, so let's add that back in, do some over there too, make it a little closer to being a square. Let's make sure we have enough where our arm bends to, which is over here somewhere. It's right here. That's fine. Okay, so we have the arms and the legs. I want the arms to be skinnier even. Okay. Okay, so we have the arms and the legs. Let's make the little like sleeve area. Okay. So yeah, let's make that. I'll just do that with a plane. Scale it down pretty small, like that. Let's place it up here. Let's do, let's just extrude this a little bit like that. Actually, let's inset that, or extrude, scale it down like that. And delete that face. Is that how I should do it? What's going on here? Okay. Yeah, extrude, scale it down. Just inset it. And yeah, I'll bring it in like that. We'll add a solidify. make sure this is mirrored with the body. Okay, let's do that collar, which is probably a similar shape, I would assume. So let's just duplicate this, except turn the mirror off, reset the location, bring that up right here. So now I want to rotate this 90 degrees. Whoop. Yeah. Make sure the origin is actually in the center, and bring it back up. Yeah, I keep moving the arms even closer. Okay. Move this in also. Bring this up quite a bit. A little bigger. Looks fine. Okay, now let's do the backpack, which is just like a half sphere. I'll use a cube and do it similar to how I did the Koopa shell, the dry bones shell. So let's just, yeah, make sure this is in the right spot. Something like that tall, I suppose. Okay. Let's just build it over here so it's not too close. We can add a loop in the middle. I think that looks good. Now if we, how did I get the colors? That is up here. If you go to shading up at the top and change it from studio to matte. So I'm using this normals looking one. And I also have cavity turned on, which just makes it easier to like see the edges. So yeah. Let's turn this down because that's where the origin point is. And I'm going to grab all of these right here, change the scaling to 3D cursor. Yeah, I meant 3D cursor, not origin point. And I'm just gonna scale this down to 0, flatten it out like that. So all of those faces are still there, they're just flat now. We can change the pivot point back to median. And we can put this in place now. And just in case we add a subdiv, I'm gonna select this whole loop right here and actually let's add a subdiv now. So to make the edge not as smooth, we can Shift E and sharpen that. Do I want to do that? I'm gonna leave it. I think it might be fine actually with the smoothness. It might reflect the light in a nice way. Is that too big? Okay. All right, let's do the head now, fun part. Okay, so let's start with just a cube, and we're just gonna try to block this shape out. So let's move this up 1 meter, just so the origin point is at the bottom. We can scale this accordingly. So the head is like bigger than the body, basically. So let's just make it the same size of the body for now, like that. I might end up changing this, it looks so weird. All right. So let's scale the bottom down like that. And I might have to pull up some other pictures just to make sure I'm getting the head looking okay. So the way I interpret this is that it's like it starts small over here, and then there's gonna be a loop, like maybe right about here. Is the stream freezing a lot? Sorry. It's probably just my internet not being very good. Sorry about that. And then I think there's another one right here for the mouth, like that. So I think this is like the basic shape. Something like that. Now we just have to make it not look super broken. It's not bad. We're gonna try to make this face though. So let me name this head and duplicate it just in case I might wanna do something with that later. Like make a normal looking head that's with like not a mouth open. So let's scale this part back a little. This one too. Yeah, maybe scale. Yeah, that looks good. We're gonna get some weird shading stuff probably, but that's fine. Actually, if I wanted this to not do that, can I flatten this? Loop tools, flatten. Loop tools helps with that quite a bit. Yeah, let's add a loop here because we can mirror this. Okay. I think the neck should be pretty thin. Like that. Maybe bring this in, and then we'll try to flatten it and see how it interprets that. That's probably fine. Where's the... I was doing weird things. Try to flatten some of these out a little. Okay. Let's duplicate that again. So, all right, let's start getting weird with this. So we need that bottom part, maybe right about here, the bottom part of the jaw. And I'll add a loop for where it connects in the back, I suppose. And then the top part of the head, right about here. And let's just see if I can delete. Can I do this? If I delete these faces. How do I want to do this? I'm going to apply the mirror real quick because it's going to be easier. Oh, it's because I'm in edit mode. It's going to be easier to connect the sides like this with F. I'll grab all of these. F. Grab the corners like that, close those off. You can grab, oops, actually no, I want to select all of them, hit F, then we can connect these two with J. Okay, so select all these two, F, connect the middles with J. All right, so now we have that. Let's just get the shape looking a little better. So this should be back quite a bit like that. And all of these come down quite a bit more like that. I think this should be pointier. So at this point, I'm gonna mirror it again now that I have the middle set up correctly. And I can pull this in like that. try to smooth some of these shapes out a little bit. Okay, that might be okay for the bottom part of the head. Let's work on the top. I think this is maybe a little too wide. Maybe like that. Looks a little better. Now, should I pull this back at all? That might make it look a little better. Maybe slightly. A dabbing parasite creature. I don't know what that is, if that's from something or not. Probably not. So let's do the, I think the teeth. I am gonna just take right here. Let's take the whole planes and duplicate that, separate it with by selection like that. So then in object mode, we can select just that. I'll name it teeth. It's not from, yeah, I'm pretty much doing things like from TV shows or movies or things like that, like existing characters. Let's inset these slightly. What's going on here? Maybe I need clipping turned on? Boundary is off. Yeah, it's not working the way I expect for whatever reason. Maybe I have something messed up, but I'm trying to make it connect to the middle, and it's not. Yeah, I don't know. Boundary doesn't seem to be helping, so I'll just like take the edges and see if I can like scale those in with Alt-S maybe? No? Okay. I'll do it manually. It'll be fine. Okay, now let's delete these edges and just extrude that. Can I? No, let's extrude both of these along the normals like that. Or actually, yeah, I keep changing what I'm doing, but I need to add some spots for the teeth to go. You know what I didn't do? Sorry, I gotta delete this so I can fix the head right here. I want this part right here to be further forward, like that. Let's see if I can flatten this. That seemed to work pretty well, actually. Yeah, cool. All right, so once again, grab these, separate that with P and selection, grab them, name them teeth, like that. Come in here, let's just, yeah, let's slide the edges in like that, just a little bit. Control E, no, I want to add loop cuts first for where the teeth should go. And the teeth will be pretty wide, like that, and like that probably. Make them about the same width this way. Yeah, that should be fine. Now, let's just Alt-E to extrude them as tall as I think they should be. Something like that. That seems fine. Yeah, it looks very silly. Let's try to make this follow the shape of the head a little. Turn clipping on for that. At least a little. Let's take this and move that down a little. Right there. We'll do a similar thing for these ones. I might make them a little shorter. Okay, so now I'm gonna actually delete all of, is this how I want to do it? Yeah, I'm gonna delete all of these top faces and all of the inside faces and the bottom faces. Now, and I don't need these either. Let's do this. Oh, darn it. I deleted some of these down here. Okay. Now I'll have these like that. Add a subdivision surface and a solidify. Now let's see if this actually works. I don't know if it will that well. We'll just like delete some like this. Maybe how do I want to do this? That's not bad. That's pretty good actually. Hey, cool. So then if I want, I could just take this, all of these, and bring them down a little, like that. And we could sharpen the whole top, I suppose. What would I sharpen that with? Main crease? I don't know. It looks a little weird if I do it that way. Let's just pull that up a little higher then. All right. Shade that smooth. Maybe turn on auto smooth and see how that looks. That's probably fine. It's pretty weird. I wonder if maybe pulling this in a little like that would make it less broken looking. A little bit. It looks a little better. Okay. I think that's good for the teeth. Let's shade this smooth and turn on auto smooth too. That way the front is a little neater. We could probably bevel bevel this whole part right here. Ooh, can I? Can I not? Because it's in the middle. What if I have clipping on? No, it still doesn't work. That's interesting. I would have to apply it. Let's add the eyes. So the eyes, I will do just like, I'll do planes. That are solidified and then subdivided like that. This works pretty well usually. I'll turn this up a little higher. Okay, let's scale that down in edit mode quite a bit. Bring it up right here. Let's do that in edit mode too. Apply the scale and we'll set this to 0. Crank this up quite a bit like that. Now, all we have to do is shape the eye. These are pretty big. Something like that. Rotate it that way. And I'll name this I, just so we know. And I'll bring that to the other side. Should I do that? How do I want to do this? Let's just mirror this. Is the volume too low now? I think some songs are just louder than others. I don't know. Mirror the head, and then I'll, you know what, no, I'm just gonna use the 3D cursor, duplicate this, scale on the X by -1, and that did not work. Why? Oh. Yeah, I guess we will mirror it then. Yeah, let's mirror it and then I'll just apply it. Or maybe I'll do a Boolean for the eye right here. And we'll make this wire for this cube. So now we can cut into the eye. Hopefully that works out well. Oh, I'm still pivoting from the 3D cursor and I don't want to. Let's add the auto smooth to that, make it a little better. It's looking pretty good. It's a little weird. Let's turn this up to like 60. Yeah, that looks a little better. Maybe we can just bring this into the head. I don't really know how I want this to work. Because it looks weird cutting into the head like that, but it also looks weird sticking out like that. Maybe I'll change the solidify. Oh, the solidify is at 0. Okay, well, then let's just set it like that, so it is cutting into the head. Could always mess with the thickness or something. I'm not really sure what's gonna look best in this situation. Now let's do the antenna. That I'll just I'll do a skin modifier again. Let's grab a plane. Do the thing, mirror and skin. Turn that down quite a bit. Now let's just snap it to where do the antennas start? Let me check the reference. Oh, they start closer to the front of the head, I believe. Yeah, they start closer to the front of the head, and they're just kind of like angled a specific way. We also want to set the mirror to the head like that. Yeah, so let's just put them maybe like right about here, something like that. And I'm just gonna model them up and then rotate them down, like kind of in like a normal position where they normally would be. Adding a subdiv to tighten it up over here. And I can make it a little rounder. Thinner, make that thicker. Okay. It's pretty weird looking. Probably too big. Do it right there. They look wrong right here. I think I'll move them back a little closer to the middle, maybe? I'm not really sure. Okay. And let's do the tongue the same way. I'll just duplicate this, but turn the mirror off, and we'll put that in the middle, drag it up right here. Set the rotation, and where's the root? I don't know where the root is. I'll just delete everything except for one, make sure the root is added here. And we can just make that shape. And this one we'll add the subdiv at the end instead, so it will be round. Yeah, we have connected only. Just go down pretty far, like that. See, is this done? Might be done. Let's fix these up. Make sure it looks like we have a good amount of bones in here. So I'll just rename them with Control F2. So is everything believe everything is good. Now we can symmetrize this, hopefully. This works. We will apply or parent this to that, parent it to the armature, and with automatic weights, now let's see if we can pose this. Looks pretty good. I think it's working nice. And yeah, we can mirror poses. So let's make sure we're using individual origins. Make a fist. But yeah, I didn't add any bones for the spine, so we're not going to be doing that, I guess, but that's fine. These are going in the wrong direction. That's okay. See this one? Yeah, I have these kind of in reverse. That's okay. Yeah, it's a little rigid because I'm not controlling the spine, but it's fine. I'm gonna leave it. Shade smooth. Let's move on to the textures and finish this up because we've been working on this for like a while. I spent too long on this one. UV editing. Let's start with the eye, and we'll add the shiny palette to that one, and everything else we'll add the regular palette. Materials, this one I didn't need to do that too. So now we need to unwrap all of the skin modifier stuff. Oh, some of it I didn't apply this yet. Apply the skin modifier. I have to apply all of this. Do I? I have to apply this at least, and that. Okay. So take that and this and that. Unwrap everything. I'm gonna parent everything except for the arms to the head right here. That seems to work fine. Okay, let's pull up this image. Oh, let's try bones. Let's get that green color for the skin, which is only the head, it looks like. So, maybe a little darker. More pale even. Is this the one? That's the one. Now we can do the inside of the mouth just black. The teeth, we'll keep those white. Now we have a lot of this kind of like pinkish, like reddish pink color. It's like it's probably this color over here where it's like leaning towards pink. We'll take that and the tongue and the eyes and just bring all of them over here. And we'll make the tongue darker. Yeah, it's not bad. Now the sleeves. Let's just change these ones first. I'll set everything the same color for now. And we'll make that this color but more pale. And maybe just a little darker. Maybe not. That might be the closest color, I'm not sure. But we can take these and I'll just select that, hide it, do the same thing over here. Control plus, and hide that. Now we can select all of these and just make them black. Coming together. Oh, you know what? The legs are supposed to be entirely black. Got that one wrong. Let's make this the same color as whatever we do for the eyes. Like that. Or we could make it green, like the skin. That might be better, actually. Make it match the skin. Which is down there. It's a little weird. I don't know if I like that or not. We'll make it stay matched as the eye and make it shiny also. Even though it's hard to tell. I think that's it, except for, the backpack and the antenna. The backpack, I believe, same color pink for some circles. We'll just do like this and this as this color. I don't know what color that is. It's hard to tell. I'm gonna look up a different picture. That. Let me look up a different picture real quick. It's almost like a teal, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. If somebody thinks it should be a different color, let me know, because I am not good at identifying this color. I'm thinking maybe, oops, just this one, down, maybe darker. Something like that, maybe? I don't know. Darker even? That's too dark. Definitely too dark. We'll make it that. Okay. Now, if I move this, everything should be parented. Yep, cool. All right, let's be done with this one, right? And we can move on to the next one. So let me know in the chat what you want me to work on next. Make sure the Boolean is not visible. Cool. Yeah, these are looking pretty good so far. I didn't add the stripes, but yeah, maybe I'll do that real quick. That'll be easy. It'll be quick. I swear, I swear. Okay. Now, what should I be doing next? Let's see, get rid of Invader Zim from this list. Rayman, let's start from the bottom. Could do Scooby-Doo, that might be interesting. We could try doing Ramus, have like two kind of turtle-y things. There's Momo from Avatar. Hank Hill could be funny. Let me look up some pictures. Yeah, post in the chat which one you want me to do next. Oh, I did a Demogorgon in one of the other streams. I saved all of them. You can check my playlists. Let's see. Deviant from the Eternals. I don't think I want to model that. Just, I feel like that would be a lot of texture work, probably. I don't want to do that. Have, Bowtruckle. Let's check that out. So that is like a little twig character. That could be fun to do. I feel like we could do that relatively quickly. Let's check that out. I'll add CatDog to the list. Is that spelled right? Oh, it's spelled with a W, I guess. And it's one word. Yeah, this is something from like the Harry Potter universe, I guess. Let's take this. This one I feel like I could do relatively quickly because I could just use the skin modifier. So let's do this one. And if I have enough time, then maybe I'll do CatDog because a few people are asking about that. So let's hide all of these. See you later, Phoenix Rising Studios. Thanks for dropping by. Do Bowtruckle. Okay. I don't know why it's called that. Let's add this in. So this is an interesting, I haven't seen or heard of this character before, but it's this like kind of twig character, and I think that's neat. So we'll do that. So it looks like 3 legs. Let me open up another picture just so I can have a reference, a separate reference. Okay, so this one is, I don't know how big this character is supposed to be. I assume on the small side, but I'm gonna make it, you know, close to the same size as all the other ones too. So we'll add a mirror modifier for now. Should I? No, I guess no mirror modifier. Let's add a skin and a subdiv. We'll set that to 2 for now. Okay, now let's just get going. So up, we'll add some over here, and I'll make sure that the root is in the middle. And I'll keep everything skinny for now, and then I'll start scaling stuff up a little later. So bring it down like that for one leg. And this one is going to be a little different because it's like kind of 2 legs branch off right here. There's 3 legs. Let's drag it this way. And this one will come back like that. Something like that. Let's pull this out a little more just so we have a little room when we're looking at like the silhouette in this direction. Okay. Now, should this be higher? Maybe. Maybe scale this in slightly, like that. Music seems to be messed up for some reason. Oh. What's going on? Stuff just froze for a second. Let me check the stream. I want to make sure things didn't crash. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, let's work on the spine. So we can add a few of these to change the posture. Something like that. And we'll branch some arms off right here. So one like that, and that's the shoulder. This is like the bicep, basically. Forearm, and then we'll make a bunch of strands, a bunch of like twigs branching off of this. Maybe, which direction is that going in? Looks like maybe it's going back. It kind of varies in a lot of these pictures. Let's have this go back instead, like this. Okay. So we can just bring some of them out. Actually, let's scale that. Oop. Do I have this? I have individual origins. Let's scale this flat on the X, and then I'll rotate it after. So we'll add some of these twigs. We'll add four, two on the tip of this thing and two coming out of like the wrist. Do that, and we'll have two coming out, one like that. What's going on? Okay, so let's move some of these around a little. This one I'll drag out like that maybe, and if we use active element, we can kind of change these, like which way they pivot, by just like selecting the last vertex. So let's move that one in this direction, and we'll move these ones in this direction slightly, something like that. And we can take all of these, yeah, all of these, and I'll just rotate it all in this direction slightly, something like that. We'll do the other side, and like I said, I'll scale everything down kind of more at the end. Excuse me. So this one is like a long one. Let's Is that too big? Probably. All right. Let's work on, actually, let's branch this from the top a little first. Like that. Okay, now let's do some of the scaling. So we can use proportional editing for this. Let's scale this part. Actually, turn this off for now. Let's scale this part up right about there. Scale this up a little. Let's scale some of these down. Proportional editing. Okay, maybe scale that up a little more. Let's grab the tips of all of these. Did I get all of them? Yes. And we'll scale all of those down. Like that. And I'm gonna have to scale some of these up so that they connect a little better, hopefully. Maybe I can scale this up, make it connect. That looks a little better. Let's take this and, yeah, try to make it a slightly different angle like that. That seems to help. Let's do the same thing up here. And up here also. The head now we have to make a little more interesting. So let's add some of these in here. And one in the middle. Add this right here. Let's add another one to pinch it at the top. Try to make the mouth a little bigger, and we'll just push stuff forwards. Back is a little flatter, a little bit. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Now
let's put some eyes on here. We can do, let's just do a subdivided cube. And we'll mirror that. And the mirror modifier should work fine if we reference this because the origin point is still in the middle. So we can scale this down. Scale that down. And snap it up here. Now for the mouth, I'm thinking what we can do is apply this. Let me, I guess, duplicate this. I'll name this body. It's like the whole entire body, but like whatever. Duplicate that. And I can, I'm curious. Yeah, I'll apply this. I'll apply the skin modifier right here and let's take a look at this. So where should I apply this? Maybe right here. Or actually, let's see if I need to apply it at all. I mean, I don't know. Is there any easier way to make branches or blood vessels? Geometry nodes, definitely. You should check out my lightning tutorial. I know it, it might not seem similar when you first think about it, but you can make branches and blood vessels like the same way that I made lightning. So yeah, I'm gonna actually apply this right here, then add another one on top like that. Let's just use smooth. Like that, and I will basically do the same thing that I just did, except it should look a little better this way. Let's do in like that. Let's just try to grab this front loop and scale that in like that. That's cool. Now let's add some like kind of just like bumpy randomness stuff with, let's just use a displacement modifier and obviously not that much. That looks crazy. 0.01 maybe for now. We'll add a texture and use like a cloud. Let's turn this up a little more just so we can see. Let's make this smooth. Yeah, now that I'm used to using geometry nodes, this just seems like not a good way because you have not as much control over the texture. Yeah, it's a little wonky, but it's fine. Let's make these leaves, so we can do that with just, I'll use a plane. Oops, make one leaf and then I'll duplicate it for the other one. And, make one of them wrinkly or something. So let's start it over here. Add some loops. I'll bevel that. We'll use the second loop right here. Something like that. Add a subdiv rather. Can I show you my favorite trick with GeoNodes? I don't really have a favorite one that I can think of. But I do have like a fair amount of Geometry Nodes videos at this point. You can check out the playlist. I think my favorite thing to use in Geometry Nodes is the curves. They just are very powerful. Let's keep it maybe like that. And I could add this. Add 2 of these and just see maybe if this looks good. Not exactly. Take this. Maybe just drag the center 2 up like that. That seems fine. And I'll just scale all of these in. Yeah, the thing with GeoNodes that I do the most with is with curves for sure. Just like being able to have access to the spline parameter node, you can do so much with that. The trim curve, there's like the sample curve node, I think. That one is pretty useful. Okay, so let's shade that smooth. I'll just call that leaf. And I'll duplicate that over here so that I have one that's like untouched right there. And now I can kind of modify these. I'm just gonna place these where I want them, at the tips over here. Whoops. And that's maybe a little too big. Also add a solidify first, like that, just so it has some slight thickness. Okay, so let's just go in here and start moving stuff around. Baraka from Mortal Kombat. Yeah, I don't do a lot of like realistic characters, so I don't know if I will do that or not really. I should apply this just so I have more to work with. Yeah, I'll apply that right here. Whoops. And add a another one on top. Could I do a cloth sim? Yeah, I could. I don't want to do a simulation if I don't have to. And like this is more destructive, but I have been doing the whole character in a pretty destructive manner, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay, I'm just gonna delete this one and duplicate this one right here over to the other side. Like that. And we'll crinkle this one up. So for this, I'm thinking maybe a bevel a few of these and grab the inside one and just kind of like, you know, bring it in like that. But we could do that a few times. So let's just grab all of these. Ooh. Whoops. And like that. Bevel all of those. Add a bevel in here too. And let's just start selecting some of these loops. And I'm just gonna hit Alt S, push them in the normal direction, something like that. I'll just grab a few of these and hit Alt S to try to make them a little more irregular, I guess, so they don't look super, you know, like I just crinkled it in such a deliberate manner. All right. I think that looks pretty good. Let's shade all of this smooth. I think I only just shaded the eyes smooth. And let's add a texture to this, but let's add a custom texture. I won't spend too long on it, but we can go to the shading tab and let's just make the eyes, I think we might have one, black shiny for the eyes. Now for the body right here, we can, is this supposed to be brown? It looks very green to me. Let me check another picture real quick. It looks like it's supposed to be a stick, but there's like hints of green in there. Like a living stick. A lot of these pictures are not very high res. I'm gonna lean towards green for this. So let's do something like that maybe, and darker. Like a dark green. but like leaning towards yellow, so that it's like kind of brownish. And we'll grab a we'll grab a noise texture, not that one, regular noise, and Control T, add this in here. Let's see how this actually looks. Add a bump. I should have kept the mapping in because I'm going to need that. Switch this to the height. Yeah, I usually use object coordinates, but I'm wondering if generated will be a little better for this. It might be. Not really. It's fine. Yeah, it would be nice to have it actually like flowing along, but I don't want to mess around with UVs, and I think that's probably what I'd have to do. Can I just like smart UV project and hope for the best? It's not very good. Let's do generated. Let's see what object looks like. I'll use this. Let's stretch it out on the Z. We can do like 0.1, something like that. Let's turn the distance down really low, like that. And let's copy this color and just make two separate colors with a mix RGB. Plug that in here. Maybe yeah, transparency could be nice for like the edges like that, or you know, like a what's it called? Subsurface scattering. Let's see, where's the dark in here? Make part of this a little darker, part of this a little lighter. I have my own node. It's basically just a map range that I call a compressor. It's the same thing, except instead of the start and the end points, you're changing like the middle value. So you can kind of like crush things a little easier. And I use that a lot. Let's turn this up a little higher to like 6 maybe, something like that. We'll add a little distortion. Like that, and the roughness. Let's just turn this up. That's pretty good. So for the leaves, oh, let me name this. Let's name this leaf. And we'll just grab a, actually we'll just, oh, you know what I can do? Sample it. Make this one a leaf too. Like that. This should probably be a little more vibrant. A little more green too. The piece that I grabbed was on the yellow side. So let's use a Voronoi right here. We can use this for the bump. It's going to be kind of like sloppy. I'm not going to put like a ton of time into making sure that like the center is actually different. Yeah, object. I'm getting some interesting like shading stuff going on here. 0.02. We'll turn this up quite a bit higher, and I'll use the map range for this because we are going to push it in one direction. This way. Let's do distance to edge. And push it that way. Yeah. But we'll flip this so it looks like it's, oh wait, do I want to do that? No, I do want it to be going this way, but not as much. Like that, and let's try to, let's see if a math node set to power works well for this. I might use a float curve instead. Like that. That looks pretty good. And we can mix this with a transparency. Transparent, mix shader, or I'll use translucent instead. Translucent. I'll just copy this. Oops. See how that looks. Let's set this to cycles. What if I just turn this like that? It's weird looking. Oh, okay. I had it set wrong. Let's make this darker. And yeah, we can make that a little more yellow, I suppose. I don't know. This should be a little more brown. Let's do like that. And this, yeah, okay. Now with the lights on it, I think that looks a little better, actually. It's not bad. Yeah, cool. All right, let's parent all of these to the body. Ooh. All of these like that. Okay. And let's put this in place with everything else. All right. Let's do CatDog now. We've got a good lineup going so far. Been going for close to 4 hours, but not quite. All right. I'm just gonna leave it on here, take a sip of water, and I'm gonna look up some CatDog pictures. Okay. So, yeah, let's take a look at some of these CatDog pictures. Find something good. This image is small. This one might be good. Why does this one look broken? Did I do something wrong? Maybe it's too big. Maybe it's something about the name. UDIM. Oh. I don't know why it's named that. Let's try opening it from here. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna find another picture. Yeah, I don't know why this one seems kind of messed up. Let's find a different one. All of these images are pretty low res for some reason. We might not need something very high res though. Let's get rid of that. See if this one works. Blender supports UDIM tiles, but this is like a UDIM file. Like I don't know. I don't know too much about that. I don't do a whole lot of UV unwrapping stuff. This one seems to work fine, so we'll use this one. All right. So let's hide all of these in the set. Okay. This one's interesting. I guess I will model it in this. Should I model it going this way? Yeah, I'll model it side to side like that, I suppose. That's interesting. Yeah. Trying to think of how I should start this model. Let's just start with a round cube like we do. Like that. And oops. Sorry, I have proportional editing still turned on. That. We'll add one in the middle to make it droop. I'm gonna mirror this, and at some point we'll apply it. So angle it up like that. add one more loop in here. Try to get this a little smoother. That's probably fine. Let's apply this mirror. And we'll work on the dog side first. So let's just take all of these and see if we can extrude this properly. Like that. Something like that. I wonder if this would be better as a separate object. Yeah, we can go back, leave this mirrored. Let's just make separate objects. So do another cube. Make sure I actually applied the scale on that one. Okay, so let's just drag this out and something like that. Something simple shape. Okay, so that's the dog. That's dog's head. Cat is a little more boxy, so yeah. I'm trying to think of how I should do this one. Well, let's start with a subdiv just 'cause. And if we have to change it from this, we'll do that. So I'm gonna try to make this like a profile. Instead of like looking 3/4 angle, it's gonna cat's gonna be looking to like directly to the left. Let's just maybe apply this right here and add in another one. And we'll flatten the top, scale the whole thing up. Oops. We can do that in edit mode. Let's flatten the top all the way, I suppose. And scale that out like that. Something like that. That's looking a little better. Now, should I do the same thing maybe for here? So this is gonna look weird from this angle. Let's take all of these and see if we can scale them in without it looking broken. Maybe let's mirror this, but we'll do it on the y-axis instead of the x. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to do. What's going, oh, I did the X and the Y. That's why it looks weird. And we want that first. Let's see, maybe I can inset this for some ears. It's a little weird looking. Let's use loop tools, see if that helps at all. It's a little strange looking. It looks weird. I'll make separate objects for the ears. Let's do, let's duplicate this, move it back to the middle. In edit mode, just add a cube back in, scale, move that up 1 meter, scale it down quite a bit, and we'll just, excuse me, we'll make this mirror this, the body. And can sharpen the entire bottom like that. Okay. Let's parent that to the head right here, and we'll make this mirror the head instead of the body. That way we can like turn the head like that if we want. So let's do dog's ears, which I'll just do with a plane. Let's scale it down like that. Apply the scale. We'll move it down like that and snap it right over here. And let's use a mirror modifier for this too, to the head, and we want it on the Y instead. Okay, so can make it like that, and we can solidify and then add a subsurf, subdiv, whatever. Actually, let's just add like something like that, and we can let's grab the center one. So I think I need this set to sphere, but we'll see. Alt S. So we can make it bow out slightly like that. Actually, let's move everything this way. Okay. I want to scale these down a little. That's pretty good. Let's make this offset from the center and a little thicker like that. So we have ears now. The noses are going to be pretty easy. Make sure this is parented to the head. Noses, we'll just use round cubes. I'll set these to 3. Snap this one here. And make sure that's zeroed on the Y. I'll make this quite a bit bigger because it's like about as thick as the head. Now I'll just duplicate this to the other side, but I want it to be parented to this head instead. And it is. Now we'll just squash this and oops, do it in this direction too. All right, maybe flatter. Okay, so now for the eyes, I'm thinking for dog, actually for both, let's just do planes, solidify, subsurface, subdiv. There we go. Let's snap that over here. That's not symmetrical, so I'm not going to worry about that. Let's see, maybe, is that right? 15 degrees on the Y, something like that. I'll do -15, have it tilt a little. Is that what I want? Yeah. Now for the pupils, I'll just duplicate this and do the same thing. Ooh, okay. Make this quite a bit smaller, like that. Apply the scale, turn this way down. Maybe a little bigger. Okay, so now I'll Alt-D, duplicate these linked. Align rotation to target. Is that what I want? Yeah, okay. Now, I'll copy those to the other side at some point, but let me just grab that, bring that over here for now. We can grab all of these, and again, make sure they're parented to the head. Now this, I'm gonna have to rotate. So the cat's eyes are going to be closer to being circles, but they're going to be like cut in half at the top. Yeah, let's do that. Excuse me, and we're gonna flatten this a little. Actually, apply the scale first. And we can apply this. Apply that. Add another one on top. I'm just gonna delete this top half right here. Like that, and then I can select this rim, hit F, and if I want this to actually be quads, then I can just connect it up like that with J. And I'll select that whole rim again and bevel it. I can do a slight bevel like that. Now I'll just mirror this to the head like that. I can probably move these a little closer and up higher. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, Cat's head could just be squashed more this way. Whoa. Let's do parents right here, like that. Okay. All right, that's looking pretty good. This is not parented to the head yet, so let's do that. We'll also duplicate with Alt D this over here and put that in here. Oops, not Alt G, Alt D. Okay, let's do some of these like whiskers and stuff, and then I'll do dog's teeth. So for that, I'm gonna use some curves. I already have a geometry nodes set up in here. It's just a curve, using a curve to mesh, and then I'm putting like a circle as the profile to like give it some thickness. Let's move this to CatDog. Shut that off. Now I should be able to just kind of, is this how I want to do it? Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm just going to use the skin modifier instead. Let's use a plane, merge at center, add the skin and subdivision like that. So I'm gonna duplicate this, put one over here, bring this over here. So just make this pretty small. Actually, just get rid of that. Make this pretty small, and we'll mirror this one to the head, like that. Okay. So how do I want to do this? Something like that. It's not bad. Let's duplicate this, bring it over here, parent this to the head. Now for this, I don't need it to be mirrored, but I do want to parent it to this head. Let's make this centered on the Y. Drag it up. So just 2 hairs. And let's make sure this has a root. We can duplicate this over here. Let's subdivide. Ooh, I don't like that. Bring it actually to the top of the head. Okay, let's subdivide that. Grab these and just pull them so they have a slight bend. I'll just make one a little taller. So everything's attached there. Everything is attached there. Let's do the teeth. Let's start with a cylinder. Maybe, cylinder, with, let's do 16 instead of 32. And I'm gonna delete the top and the bottom. Like that. Delete half of these. Let's move this over now. Something like that. I want to do so let's split the edges, see if that works. Edge split, solidify, subdivision. Oh, I gotta set this to 0. Now I can, does that work? Bevel, vertex crease. You know what? I don't need to do that to the top. I'll just drag the top up further like that and make sure this is smoothing enough. Ugh, that's very freaky looking. It's pretty funny. Can pull it apart maybe like that. Maybe make this wider like that. And maybe if I angle it more, it'll seem more smiley a little bit. I'm not really sure. That's fine. I think it's kind of funny. Now we could do the legs. So the legs, let's just try. Yeah, 2D characters are hard to make 3D, and I think there are definitely some movies who have done it well, or that have done it well. But I think you have to think about it more from like, what angle are you actually going to be seeing the characters at? Doing it this way, where I'm trying to make it like look normal at every angle, it doesn't really make as much sense. It kind of makes more sense to have like a few different character models that look slightly different from different angles. So, you know, if I wanted to actually look at this like that, then I would put both of the eyes like, you know, on the side of the head like that, like Peppa Pig style. But, you know, I'm not really making this for like an animation or anything. It's just being made to be made. It's for fun. Let's mirror this. Yeah, it does look funny. I agree. Let's parent this to the body and make sure this is parented to the body. I don't want to have to do this later and forget what's parented to what. So now if I move this, yeah, everything should follow. bring these closer. Apply the scale. Let's bring a subdiv in here and let's inset the top like that. I'm thinking maybe just extrude this out like that. Just sculpt it. Why? I feel like a lot of these shapes can be made pretty low poly. Let's make this thicker on the y-axis. Ugh. It's pretty funny. Shade that smooth. Let's see, maybe this we can auto smooth. That looks okay. Yeah, let's let's see. This one's pretty weird. Make these both 60, negative 60. Okay, let's put some colors on this. So yeah, let's do this. Palette. Link all that. I guess I could leave these the way they are because I don't need to make them a different color. Nah, I'll still unwrap them. Oh, I have to apply them first. So now I can smart UV project. Let's do that with everything. Okay. So grab this. Is it this one? Yeah. Excuse me. Let's get all of the, you know, fur colored ones. And it's kind of like a light orange. I don't know if I should do the spots. Whoops, not that. I could. Let's just make that a little darker. That looks weird. Maybe, how do I want to do that? Looks bad. I'm gonna skip the spots. Let's, oh yeah, we can grab all the things we want to make black and that. All the pupils are linked, so they should all change at the same time. Let's make the eyes shiny with the shiny palette and make sure those are all linked. It's hard to tell, but they should be shiny now. A wave texture for what? For the dots, the spots? I would probably use a Voronoi maybe if I was gonna do that. Maybe I will do that. Let's change the nose first. Nose, I also want to be shiny. And that's like red. Yeah. It's almost more grape, but I don't, yeah, I think this is the one that I'll use. These could be shiny also. Shiny, and this can be shiny. Yeah, let's use this and that. Just grab all of these. Actually, I don't want any on the legs, and I'll put some. I'll just do it for the body. I know it's on the ears and the back of the head, but I think just containing it to the body might be a little better. I don't know. So let's go to shading and make this CatDog. Right? Yeah, okay. So I can, let me grab the palette right here. Let's just get rid of that. Voronoi, object, math, greater than, mix RGB, plug that into the factor, and where is it? So we can just grab the same color. I'll do, whoops, not inset, E, like that. Plug it in here. And it looks like that's inverted. So we can make this one slightly darker. Let's grab the CatDog picture again. That's the wrong one. Tom and Jerry, yeah, I'll check the list in a second. I think it's this one. Yeah. I made that way too dark somehow. I think I just slid it a little too far. Wait, I can just do that. That's a little easier. So let's turn the threshold down. Make this bigger. That's pretty good. If I wanted it to be stretched, object coordinates is probably not the best for that, but I wonder if this had, no, I'm not gonna do that. Mapping, stretch it on the X, 0.5, make this a little bigger like that, or smaller, or whatever. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now, yeah, everything is connected. Whoops. Let's grab everything, move them to the middle. That's 5 characters. Cool. All right. So I'm gonna end the stream right here. Let me give this a save. And before I go, I would once again like to mention that if you like these streams, you know, give a like and subscribe to the channel. And I have a video coming out tomorrow. It's going to be on geometry nodes, how to make like whipped cream and frosting shapes, things like that. So keep an eye out for that. And if you want notifications about streams and all of the videos and stuff that I do, the best place to go for notifications is Discord, my Discord server. So links for everything that I'm talking about are going to be in the description of this video. Yeah, and I'm going to start up a TikTok. Well, I already have a TikTok, but I'm going to start posting more to TikTok and Instagram. I'm going to post some videos of, I'm going to edit down the streams, and I'm going to turn them into like short videos and put them on TikTok and Instagram. So that's the best place to find those. I will put them on YouTube also, but I'm not going to be able to use the same music, so it's going to be better to watch there. Also, if you want to download any of these characters, I'm going to make them available on Patreon, and those will be available to like every tier for these ones. And I have other stuff there as well, so you can also watch my YouTube videos early, sometimes up to a week earlier than I post them publicly. And I also give out coupon codes to get all of my Gumroad products for free. That's only at the $10 tier, but you can do that, save some money if you plan on getting a lot of stuff. And I also donate some of the profits from Patreon to environmental causes each month. And if you don't know about Gumroad, that's where you can get all of the digital downloads that I do, all of the Blender tools, so like my lightning and barbed wire, things like that. That's in the description also. And yeah, thanks everybody for watching. So yeah, thanks everybody for watching, and I'll see you next time.